I started my YouTube stream. Alright, thank you guys for waiting and being patient. Lots of yapping. But yeah, so today we're going to be building the Tofu TKL. So this is it should already be available for pre-order. I think there have been a few content creators that have already featured it. So it's pre-orders. Looks like the first batch of the pre-orders is going to ship around the end of October. Oh my god. Are you okay, camera? We already know what color we got, but let's see. In terms of colors, there's 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 colors, and it's available in both Winky and Winkyless. Hello, Kaiju. Oh yeah, dang. So you're just waiting for the last one? But yeah, so available for pre-order right now. It looks like you can select your bottom case, your weight bar, PCB, plate, foam kit, and carrying case, and wrist rest. Nice. Okay. Jesus, what's my camera struggling with? Is it this? Alright. Well, we already know what color we got. Because I thought this was going to be the Athena. So Athena, we got pink. This one, unfortunately, we did not get a pink color this time around. We have the anodized black. Man. Man. Whoa. No, it's not whoa. We wanted another color. Oh, it's heavy. Holy moly. Ugh. Okay. I did, yes. Whoa. Okay, so looking at the product page. So like I said earlier, this is available in Winky and Winkyless. We have the anodized top case. Looks like we have the did they show it? We have the copper weight bar. We have internal, it has a wooden accent. Bottom case, where's the bottom case? Bottom case, it looks like we have the black with textures, I'm guessing. I just want to make sure I get the name right. Oh, it doesn't say. Okay, but yeah. Alright, Tofu TKL. Oh, these are some really sharp corners. Okay. But yeah, Tofu TKL available for pre-orders right now. Here's the top side. Whoa! So I got the Winkyless version. So it's a F12 TKL. Looks like there's going to be, on the product page it says 2 mounting styles. And then someone asked earlier if this is going to be compatible with the HE, the Venom PCB. And apparently it is, but you have to buy a daughter board. Looking at the top case, you have pretty thick top and bottom bezels and very thin side bezels. Nothing too complicated on the front, like there's like no branding around like the arrow keys. Pretty simple top piece. The edges are very sharp, or they're sharp, it's not like rounded, which I haven't seen in a while, like these sharp corners. But looking from the top side, you can see the 2 internal covers, so you can choose different ones. I have the copper version, and then this accent cover, oh, thank you for the follow. This is a wood, and I don't know if you guys can see it, but very lightly engraved right here, it says Tofu 80. So there is branding right here. Very, very subtle, but it is there. right? So you have like the two internal covers with this wooden cover, right? But overall, like the top piece is very simple, right? Nothing too complicated. Here's a side piece. So also very basic side profile. And here you can really see like how sharp the corners are, right? Okay. And this stands on its own. It's pretty. Anyways, and then here's the back. Whoa! This one's really cool looking. I'm guessing this one is going to be the anodized black with textures. So this is extra. Whoa. If you get the stainless steel with textures, it's an additional 245. Is that right? For this one, it's 60. Dang, really? Crazy. Here for more. But anyways, yeah, so here's the back weight. Ooh, so you do have the 4 feet, right, in each of the corners. These feet are really interesting. Look at them. Look at that. It's like feet within feet. But anyways, yeah, there's also no branding on the back weight. It's just one big solid piece. Looks like in terms of case screws, you have 3 on the bottom, 2 on top, right? So 5 case screws, right? Oh, it is very heavy. And then here is USB port side. So it's interesting because like on the side and on the back. So on the side, you only see the top piece. On the back, it's the back piece. You do kind of see the side piece. But then if you look at this one, right, here you can see the weight and the top piece. And then the two meet to form the USB port, right? It's pretty nice. But here you can see both the weight and the front piece. I mean, but look at this. Overall, it's pretty simple. There's nothing very complex. Like this back weight is pretty cool, but there's like no, uh, accent weight or anything. Like just boom, just boom, just boom. And then here is the front lip right there. This board is very hefty, right? We'll just open it to see the internals of it. Let's see, where's my screw? So hi Holly. We're companies using machine texture backs, and I'm here for it. You usually see it with like the accent weights, not so much like the whole piece, but I mentioned this earlier or in another KBD stream, but KBD has been experimenting a lot with like different textures, especially like contrasting, which I think is really cool. So for example, like on the Athena, the pupils and like the iris, those were different textured. On the Margot, the shell and like the weight, those are all different textured. And then you have this is also like the textured weight. There's nothing contrasting here, but I'd say the Tofu is a pretty iconic board, right? I feel like most of us have owned a Tofu at some point. So I'm curious why they actually named this Tofu. Because when I think Tofu, I think, tray mount. Wait, looks like, did I miss a screw? It looks like there's more screws to take off. There are. It's actually hidden underneath the feet. Okay. Okay, so it looks like there are 2, 4, 6. So there are, where is it? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 screws, right? It's kind of interesting. They've hidden the feet or the screws underneath the feet, but these aren't actually adhesive, right? Instead, it looks like a friction fit within it, right? So look, normally if you have non-adhesive feet, you have some kind of like anchor, but there's no anchor. Well, so it's a good thing they're not adhesive, especially if they have like the screws hidden underneath. However, with the way that these are right now, I do think that these these could easily fall off unless they had like an anchor point to go into like the screw hole, just so you don't just like slide it off. Because I could see like pushing the board and then the feet like whoop, because there's not really much holding it in place, right? So if your feet get loose over time, then not a problem for me because I don't like using feet on my board, but I do think that they've already mentioned something about changing the feet. They've sent me a list of what they're changing. Oh yeah, so they're already adjusting the feet. Okay, cool. Hi XXW, what's your Masha ratio? You want to know mine or Connor's? Mine, I do 2 teaspoons. I don't use a scale, I'm too lazy. I do 2 teaspoons and then I use 3/4 ounce of room temp water to make it into a paste. And then I use one of like the measuring cups of hot water. Sorry, that's like. Well, I'll show you my credentials before you guys are like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Let me show you. Look, you can achieve the microphone with my ratios. That way you don't need to scale. Like, I feel like scale is so extra. But I'm telling you my ratio. I actually normally eyeball it, but however, I got yelled at by my cousin. She's like, I don't need your feelies. I need measurements. So I measured it out for her, okay? Where's my. But normally I'm just like whoop whoop whoop. Well, I'm trying to give you guys measurements right now, and I'm being told to stop with the measurements. What the heck? So yeah, so that's like, oh yeah, 2 teaspoons, and then like the measuring, it's like 3/4 ounce of room temp water, and then 1.5 ounces of hot water, and then you can achieve this. That's my ratio. But normally I eyeball it. Normally. So I don't like the way the whisk adds like too much bubbles. Like it makes, if you use a whisk, if you don't use it properly, you get the foam. So you get matcha foam. You don't get that. Cause like that's still microfoam, but like the foam you get with the whisk is like too foamy in my opinion. Uh in my opinion. I just use my freaking my whisk has like seen better days. Like let me show you guys my whisk. I've had this whisk for so many years. It's not a wooden whisk. I think wooden whisks are trash. So I use like let me show you. think this is it. Look at my whisk. You could tell it's so old it doesn't even curl anymore. It's just like straight. It no longer has that nice like whisk curve. It's just straight. Where do I get my matcha from? There's a couple. I have a supplier, but there's a local brand here in Austin. There's a local tea shop here in Austin that does restocks here and there. And I also get it from a tea shop in Boston called Meme Tea. MEMT. And then if you want to buy from my Austin one, it's called Steeping Room, and you can order it online. They do restrict how many you can buy, but that's where I get my matcha from. And then the ones I use for pop-ups, I get it from a supplier in Australia. So Meme Tea, MEMT, that's a brand, that's a company in Boston. And then Steeping Room, that's the one in Austin, where I am at. That's where I get my matcha. But Ippudo has started to restock their stuff, so I would highly recommend Ippudo, but they've put a limit on it. So it's like you can only buy like one per like a cart, but then they max you out at like 300 grams. Can someone link Ippudo? Yeah, but I mean Ippudo. Oh, Nihon! I want Ippudo. I need Ippudo matcha. That's what I need. I need my ramen and my Ippudo. Or have friends in Japan that take the subway. I like shit, what is it called? I'll pull it up. I don't have a keyboard, so Sakuya's fine, but I like Ikuyo. Ikuyo. Yamamasa, you can buy that from Mimti. You can also buy that from Steeping Room. But there's also different matchas that I feel like are better sweetened, and then matchas that are better like non-sweetened. I actually drink quote unquote culinary because it's like, why would you pay so much whenever it doesn't even taste as good with milk? Because, you know, they all have different tasting notes. Do I sound pretentious right now? I'm sorry. Look at this wooden cover. It reminds me of like the fortune telling sticks where you're doing this and then it like falls out and you read it and you're like, oh, good fortune, bad fortune. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's so thin. Look at that. Okay, so this is the cover, and like we said, it has the Tofu 80, right? And then this is where the channel for the USB port would be, I'm assuming. Yeah, right? That's interesting they decided to go with the wooden. I don't know if that's default. Is it default or is that extra? Looks like it's default. So I'm going to read the summary that they have on the product page for this, but Tofu TKL. The Tofu series draws its design inspirations from the purity and versatility of its namesake. Its philosophy is one of minimalism, featuring clean architectural lines reminiscent of a simple block of tofu. It is a design that strips away the superfluous, returning to the fundamental essence of a typing instrument. As the latest evolution of this legacy, the Tofu TKL embraces the spirit of adaptability. Mirroring the culinary diversity of tofu, the TKL offers a choice of distinct case materials: aluminum, stainless steel, and copper. This allows each enthusiast to craft a keyboard that perfectly matches their personal preference for weight, sound, and feel, creating an experience that is uniquely their own. Whew. Yeah. That is the thing for the tofu. Oh yeah, where are you right now, Jer? If you don't mind sharing. Let's see. You're in Philly? Nice. Philly just had their meetup. Did you guys know that? It was the same day as Orion's birthday. If I had gone to the Philly meetup, because they actually asked me if I wanted to go, had I gone to the Philly meetup and not Orion's birthday, I feel like Vin would have been so mad. Well, I told Vin if I got accepted to TwitchCon, I couldn't go, and I did, so I did tell Vin ahead of time. So here's a case. So most of the heft of the board is definitely from these like internal weights. It looks like the internal weight you can get copper, let's see, where's the copper, stainless steel, or aluminum silver. So we got copper. But yeah, these are hefty. It looks like there is a, I'm guessing this is for this is for like the batteries. Yeah, so this cutout and the weight is for the batteries, right? Yeah, cool. Okay, but yeah, looking at the top case, so before I forget, right? So this board has two mounting styles. It has PCB gasket mount or top mount. So same as the Athena that we built earlier, but it looks like the top mount you can see right here. These little cutouts right there. So it looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so 7 mounting points for the top mount. For the gasket, I'm guessing it's gonna be these little tabs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe. I mean, I'd have to look at it, or it could be the same mounting as the top mount, or these could be the force break modifications. This would have to check because there is force break. But yeah, it looks like you have these like indents right here. You see that? But then you also have the indents right here, which is what I thought was for the PCB, but we'll see. Looking at the bottom case, so yeah, we can see the PCB mount here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3. Right, so 5 on top, but then 3 on the bottom, but it's still a total of 8. And then these indents right here, oh, I don't know if you guys can see it, but these indents right here, I'm guessing these are for the force break, right? Force break tape. Yeah. That is the case. So let me just reassemble it. And then we can look at the PCB and plates and stuff. You know what? I should post on social media first. Hiya. You know what? I showed my mom one of my ceramics pieces and she was, for the first time, she's like, "Oh, that's pretty." I'm so happy about that. My mom is hard to please, but she was like, "Oh, that's pretty." Oh, Manic, what's up? She complimented the blue matcha bowl. She liked the glaze. It's like a tofu but bigger, true. However, you just wake up. My phone can't capture it. Gaming. Alone. No peek. Oh shit. I completely forgot I did that. Holy shit. Okay. That was almost bad. Oh my god. That was almost bad. Okay. I was trying to flip it over to take a picture of it. Hello, Joe. What's up? Are you back from AFK? Tofu. TKL. I'm seeing Joe tomorrow. He has dumplings for me. Which is good because I'm out. Oh, were they? Too popular. Did they really? What the? Why do I have 16 notifications? What the frick? Tofu TKL. Okay. Okay, we're done. Oh my gosh. Alex, thank you for the raid. Hello. Alex Oto said, oh. Oh, he's just spelled it wrong. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Hello, meme god. Hello, everyone. Today we're building the Tofu TKL, which is available for pre-order right now. Hello, Catwood. Oh, did he really? Which set? Hello, Raiders. I have my face cam on today. It's so rare. I rarely have face cam, but hello. Okay, that's it. But if you're new here, my name's Patricia. I also build and review keyboards, but I also play a lot of games. Today we are reviewing the Tofu TKL. Yeah. Oh my god. I didn't make that command. I just want to be clear. I've streamed almost every day I've streamed every day this week, which is like, I only stream, well, I normally stream like 4 or 5 days a week, but this week I'm streaming every day, because I had a lot of keyboard builds I needed to catch up on. Yes, I am playing the new raid, but I'm healing for it because we don't have enough healers, but I am Boomkin main. I haven't had as much time to devote into WoW as much as I'd like. What's the build plan for the tofu? So I have a bunch of switches. We're just gonna choose one. We're just gonna... Yeah, someone did ask me to do MX Black on Alu. Some YouTube comment was like, hey Patty, are you gonna build the Tofu TKL? I'm like, yes. They're like, great, could you do MX Blacks on Alu? I'm like, no. Resto is pretty good for this M+ season, so must be Fate, yeah. Otterboard. Yeah, so this is the cover for that. I'm just putting this back on for now. We actually just deconstructed the case. Do you have a favorite long pull switch? I use an HMX switch in my Bear. I think those are like emo ones. Yeah, HMX emos. That's the one I use for gaming. I'll do it later. We were just deconstructing it. I haven't looked at everything yet, so. I saw you got the Burgundy and Copper Neo Plus Notion. Do you know when you're building that? Neo 65? Yeah, let me see. I have the date in my DMs. The 25th. August 25th, because it comes out the 27th. So for Neo boards, I will be building the 65 Core Plus and also the Neo 80 CU. I'm hoping I get the Jade colorway. I'm really hoping. I asked for Jade, Dusty Rose, and Teal, but I'm hoping I get the Jade. I use all my brain power because for those who don't know, I'm Chinese. I know Mandarin Chinese. I can somewhat read and write. I'm getting so I talk to some of the QK people in Chinese, but it's like they type in, they respond in simplify, I respond in traditional. So I have to like use my brain power to be like, um, and so yeah, so I basically I do respond to Neo, so the actual Neo designer in Chinese, but I'm definitely like very slow. Okay, so they sent me this. Looks like this is the wrist rest. Oh, neat. It doesn't match the case, but it's neat. I have the wrist rest. And here's all the other stuff. I kind of hate it that it doesn't match. I wonder if there's different colored wrist rest. So for wrist rest, it looks like there's a black, silver, and a PC. So it looks like they just sent me the silver one. So don't worry. They just sent me the silver one. But yeah, so it has the wood to match this wood, right? So it should look like, oh god, so bright. So I'm gonna show you guys. It's shown on the website right here. If you look right here, this is the top of the wrist rest. And then this is the wrist rest. Yeah, they sent me a non-matching one. That's okay. That's alright. Sometimes it do be like that. I can showcase the wrist rest too though, because if you look at it, so it does have the wooden accent that's screwed on, you know, from the top right here, right? But it is the two-toned, you know, the silver and then the wood accent. This wood is not, what's that called? I'm sorry, I don't know a woodworking term, but it's not like lacquered or it's not like the shiny. It is just more of like the plain wood itself. I don't know if you guys can see that. Finished, sealed, yeah. Whereas this one is. This one is, but not this one. Here's the back. It says KBDFans. Right there. And then it's the same feet as the ones on the case. Right. Guys, look at my arm muscles. Oh my goodness. I don't know, I saw my sister, she's like, you look like you, she's like, you look fit. She's like, you look like you work out. I'm like, yeah, I do work out. Okay. So let's look at this. So here's the PCB. So it does use the pogo. Thank you for the follow. Right? Yeah, so some people don't know where I work out, but that's because like I just don't I'm shy. I'm shy about posting my progress, but My PR for deadlift is 190. Believe it or not. Like, that's my PR for deadlifting. Okay, but anyways, here's the PCB. So it does use a connector. This is hot swap, but it looks like they have both solder. So they have wired soldered, wired hot swap, dual mode hot swap, and then wired HE PCB. So it is HE compat, right? But I just have the wired hot swap. So looking at the hot swap, you do have separator caps with the indicator. You can split the left shift, you can split the right shift. Looks like there is ISO support, but be careful because whenever you're ordering it, you do have to say like you want ISO, right? I'm guessing that's for like the plate, but you can split the back shift. And then you do have a choice of a bottom row, so whether you want 6.25 or 7U, right? And then here you can see the mounting points for the PCB gasket. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the 1, 2, 3. It avoids a space bar, right, for the PCB. But yeah, you can see right there. So the only LEDs you'll see is the separate regular caps. You do have this indicator right here, but no power key. And then looking in the back here, you can see the magnetic. And then it does have a physical reset button right here, right, that you can press. But no underglow from what I can see. I think there's a PC version. There's a PC version. So it's kind of... I guess I feel like whenever there's a PC keyboard, I feel like it should come with RGB. I'm an RGB enjoyer, okay? Don't at me, but I do like RGB. It looks like one of the PCBs does have RGB. I'm guessing this is for the HE version though. Anyways, yeah. That's the PCB. And then I got a couple plates. Whoa. So I have what it seems like PC, the alu, and the carbon fiber. In terms of plates, you have FR4, alu, PC, or carbon fiber. So I have 3 out of the 4. And then this time, if you don't want the foam kit, you don't have to get it. They actually give you that option for this one. I be that RGB enjoyer, you can always turn it off. Yeah, it's a bitch to add it. Yep, I've done that. I've done per key RGB installation for clients. I don't mind it so much. It is work, but I mean, I get paid for it, so. But here we are with the squiggly pogo pin. I think that's like their signature now, is using the squiggly. So this is the daughter board. Whoa. This squiggly. We saw this with the Athena as well. So these are for the battery if you get the wireless version. But that's there. And then this would just go like underneath, like right here. Right? And then the battery compartments, we already looked, but they're underneath these weights. Although I looked at this earlier, and it was interesting because the Athena actually cut out the weight to fit the daughter board, meaning like you see all these like squiggles. Instead of doing like a straight cutout, they did also match the squiggles, but I don't think they did it on this one. Oh, the Pokemon. Isn't Spoink something really dark? Like if it stops bouncing, it like, Yeah, okay, okay. Oh yeah, so this one is just a straight cutout. It's not like the Athena that, they purposely machined it out to match the squiggles. So someone asked earlier, but this is compatible with the Venom HGPCB. However, you have to buy your own, you have to buy a separate daughter board because this one uses the Pogo, right? Okay, so I can put this on now. Heck. There is, yes. These are like, the dark lore stuff. It's always interesting to read. If this will fit. Let's see. So it's different. I think Spoink is like, if it stops bouncing, it dies. Something like that. Very sad. Where is this one? Use this. I used to read a lot of the creepypasta stuff. Like, there's a Majora Mask version. That freaked me out. So this, the way that they made this is like tilted upwards and it does go up and down with the board. Okay. Oh, but then, yeah, so you can see this go up and down. Maybe that's why they went with the design. I already thought Majora's Mask was a creepy game because of the moon, right? But then whenever they did, so the thing is called Ben. Good night, sleep well. Yeah. That game kind of gave me anxiety because it'd be like day, like final day. It's like, oh god. It's kind of like in those games where I always get anxiety whenever it's like the chasing ones. Like, did anyone play like Crash Bandicoot? Whenever those levels where you had to like run from a big ass rock, and if you're not fast enough, it just rolls over and you die and you have to start over. Oh my god, I hated those levels. Like, oh my, it gave me so much anxiety. Okay, that's been installed. So looking at the plates, right, looks like all of them are the same. So with the mounting points, you do see that there's a cut. It's a leaf spring cut, right? Oops. But they also have these cuts separating like the nav cluster, right, and the F row. But I want to say it's like a skeleton plate by any means, but there are cuts here and there. And it's the same thing for all of them. So all the plates are the same. Well, I should say all 3 plates I got are the same. So, yeah. The Orcon Sonic Adventures, oh my goodness. I think the game that scared me most that was intentional is Metal Gear. There was one game that, trying to remember which one that was like really freaky for me. I thought one game that did the atmosphere really well, but wasn't like scary was the first BioShock with like the little sisters and like I thought that game had a really good atmosphere. It wasn't like scary, but it definitely felt very like dystopian and something was like wrong. Um, and I think another game, like another horror game that has been like etched into my memory because like I watched my dad play it so much was Resident Evil 4. Was it 4? The one with Leon. But it was scary at first until he beat the game and then he got Ashley like armor and then she was just like invincible and then he got like what is it? He got like the one with infinite ammo and then it wasn't scary anymore, but I just remember he would rage because he'd be running and then Ashley would not. And he'd be like, "What the heck? Ashley, like, let's go. You're gonna die." But she's just like, "Oh, oh, save me." And he got so mad. Okay, so in terms of accessories, looks like this is for the mounting. This is for the force break, I'm assuming. Yeah, so we need to install this. Did anyone ever play Vagrant Story? Soma was very eerie, yeah it was. I didn't play it, but I watched playthroughs of it. Oh, you know what game was really creepy, but wasn't really prefaced as like a horror game? Was Ico. Did anyone ever play Ico? That one was like, it wasn't meant to be a scary game, but you're basically playing, um, so you're playing this boy who you're getting something like, you're either being, um, kicked out of the village or you're getting like sacrificed, but you have horns. You're born with horns, right? So they see you as evil and they're bringing you like outside of the village to like a castle area, right? And in that castle you find this girl who is being like hunted by like the beings inside the castle, something like that. But it's just you, this little boy, trying to communicate with this girl. Like, you guys can't talk to each other, but you can, like, signal. And she's being chased by these, like, shadow monsters. The whole game is, like, creepy because it's like a puzzle game where you have to work with her and you have to, like, save her from these, like, shadow monsters. But it's, like, an empty castle, right? Yeah, so Ico, Shadow Colossus, there's another one where it's, like, a big dog. But Aiko was really scary or really creepy atmosphere wise. I think that style of game has always been really cool. Did we want to install the force break? What do you guys think? The Last Guardian, yeah. So here are some things that they're making to the prototype. So first one is that they're adjusting the feet height. They're also changing the force break. So these stickers are for the force break. And if you look at it, right, they do have like the ridges. It looks like they're going to be increasing the size of it because it doesn't work properly. Apparently there's a plate alignment issue where it'll move around a little bit. They're going to be revising the plate. Okay. Okay. So they are making a few changes to the case because overall the tolerance was so small that there is interference. Yeah. So I'm going to read it, but in our pursuit of a low front height for a comfortable typing experience, we made aggressive compromises on internal space. We overlooked that in the PCB gasket mount configuration, the clearance between the plate and the top case was nearly zero, causing unintended contact. We have now rectified this flaw. We have added removable silicone gaskets at the mounting points between the plate and the top case. This offers two key benefits: acoustic and field isolation. The gaskets prevent any direct metal-on-metal contact between the case and the plate and the top case, isolating them for a cleaner sound profile and feel. So I don't have that. Effortless centering. Traditionally, paint mounting holes have a slight tolerance, requiring you to manually align the plate, or use silicone gaskets as a positioning guide, ensuring. Okay. Not necessarily. I mean, not all boards need force break, right? But I'm not a keyboard designer, so I can't really comment when you need force break and when you don't, right? Because there are boards that have like metal on metal and you don't need force break. Could be like the internals, there's not a lot of, I guess, space for the sound to travel in the way that it does. But I would say not all cases need force break, but force break is something nice to have just in case there is something weird going on. Um, and yeah, for like PC top, it wouldn't you don't necessarily need it, but PC and the Alu interacts a bit different, right, together. And if you don't like that sound, force break would also change that. So I wouldn't say it's not exactly not necessary, but it's just depending on like the sound profile you're trying to go for, right? But yeah. So let's do, I wonder if it's like, I'll do one without it, and then if we're like, oh yeah, we need it, then I'll add it later. How about that? How about that? Because we're about an hour and a half in, I haven't even done stabs, so frick. Okay, let me grab stabilizers. Actually, do I have stabilizers ready, perchance? Let's see. I may have stabilizers ready already from an old build I took apart. Oh, I do have one. I do have two. It's gonna look a little janky. Uh, is it the best part? Oh, oh, damn. I thought this one was tuned, but no, it's not. Oh, 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 we might not need to do stabs. We might need to do one. Oh. Ooh. We need one more. Unless I have it somewhere. Okay, we need to do one. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, I'm back. I feel like if I split the shifts on a TKL, I might. NC is already dying of a fever, and I feel like this might be the final blow, so I will tune this one. You guys. Insty has a fever. Do you guys feel bad? He's already gone. Feel bad about Insty. Yeah, being sick. My goodness. I think he got sick because he has been touching too much grass. He needs a gym. Yeah. How many of you go to the gym? Like weekly? Yeah. Like multiple times a week. Believe it or not, I go twice a week. Believe it or not. Oh no. Hey, you save money working out at home, right? I I go walking with my dog. Take her out. I tell you the one time I went to Top Golf and I had just watched a golfing anime. So I used the tips and tricks I learned from the anime to do Top Golf. And guess what? I was not last. In fact, I was second. Yeah, I was second out of four of us. Yeah. Is there any sport that doesn't have an anime about it? Hmm. I don't know. Good question. It's like, it's the one on Netflix. I feel like pickleball people, it's like a cult. I don't know how to explain it. There's something about pickleball people. I feel like you either really love pickleball or you're in it for like the social aspect. Like I know lots of girls who only started pickleball to find a husband or find a boyfriend. Because there are a lot of single men that just go play pickleball. But I feel like I couldn't play sports with my significant other because I would get too competitive. Yeah, there's a lot of people that go and play pickleball that are single. And like especially if you go to like play pickleball in the middle of the day because those people have so much money that they don't need to work regular hours, so they just go play pickleball for fun. Like that's the tech, right? I kiss. I mean, I don't play pickleball, just to be clear. Oh god, this one's not cooperating. And my sister always tells me, she's like, I have so many doctor and lawyer friends that play pickleball and they find their girlfriends there. Okay, I play a decent amount of tennis. I'm trash at pickleball. Oh, really? Pickleball's the new Tinder. I mean, it's not as ratchet, but yeah, I mean, apparently, apparently, my sister told me this, but there was this guy who was engaged to his girlfriend of like 9 years, and then he went to pickleball and met a younger girl and broke up with his fiance to date this younger girl from pickleball. I was like, oh damn. Because his fiance didn't want to play pickleball. So he's like, okay, well, I'll just go by myself. Lo and behold, meets someone there. Yeah, right. Apparently there's lots of drama with pickleball too, like stuff like that. People also fight over courts, you know? It's so crazy. And pickleball is really popular for a reason. I heard that CEO was trying to sue Coldplay. What's more respectable, finding a girlfriend in pickleball or in-game? Pickleball, probably. In-game, you never know if they're, like, catfishing you. Okay, I need a different one. This one is not good. I'd rather find my husband Kiss Guys. Is Kiss Guys your husband? I feel like Kiss is closer with... Okay, I'm not gonna say. Oh, nice F1 8X there. Are you being coy? It's a serious question because some people did say it's very similar to the F1, but also I know some people can't read. Like, people ask me, like, what are you building? When it's like in my title, in my build command. So I'm not sure. Just checking. Just checking. All of okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Just making sure. Where is my brush? Right here. I feel it's an alright board, but KBD is charging way too much for it, even as someone who lives in China. Yeah, I mean, I always thought Tofu TKL was more along the lines of like affordable tray mount keyboard, right? I mean, obviously you can't do the tray mount anymore. Um, but yes, I do think when I think of Tofu, I think like entry level budget board, rather than like a block of tofu, which is what the design language is, right? It's like, tofu doesn't necessarily mean like budget board. It just means like it's simple, like a block of tofu, which, um, but it is kind of crazy that the stainless steel weight is like an extra 245. I don't know if that's correct, but that was like, oh my god. Any board is a budget board for making enough money to meet your mistress at lunchtime pickleball. True, actually. See? He gets it. The explanation is stainless steel. I mean, I don't doubt that. But I definitely feel like when I think tofu, I think more budget. But I guess they're trying to go for like the premium silken tofu. Oh, Insti is alive. We were talking about you, Insti, and I was like, Insti's dead. Like, Fever took him out. I forget who asked me. Someone asked me if they think that KBD fans is like going downhill. But I think that's like a very weird sentiment, right? I feel like there are way many other vendors, like Prime just closed, Keepwork is closing, Keep Hut closed. Like, I think in terms of like vendors, KBD is like fine. Um, and they've been around for a long time. And I think they are one of like the few vendors that can do like in stock stuff, right? When I think thriving vendor, I think of Gion. But I mean, Gion also does like other stuff too, right? But for a keyboard vendor, I think Gion is thriving. Okay. So I was talking about how pickleball earlier. That's where like that's like the new place to meet singles. Whatever happened to Zeal? Zelios? Or I think it's just Zeal. Zeal's still alive? Oh, really? Oh. Oh, there's actually... Garon's doing fine. Okay, nice. So in terms of switches, I have a few we can pick from. Give me one sec. Played Switch Roulette. I don't know which one's good. I don't know which one we got. Oh. Cool. Let's see. These are the... I bought like $300 worth of switches from Unikeys, and I just picked one at random. These are the HMX Sue. Got the Sue ones. SU. Why are you guys surprised? I literally build keyboards on stream. Like I get sent switches for sure, but like I can't always ask for free stuff. Famous keyboard streamers get everything for free. Well, I'm not a famous keyboard streamer, so I got a discount. You are famous to me. Oh, thank you. Why are you guys surprised I spend money on switches? This is like one of those moments where I'm like, I'm just like you guys. I spend money on switches too. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm just like you guys. What do you mean K? Okay. Okay. Chat, why are you guys so spicy today? Go eat a Snickers bar. God damn, go eat some ice cream. Take care of yourself. I don't always get free stuff, alright? I do buy my own stuff. I'm supporting the vendors. Oh, speaking of MX Blacks on Alu, that was a YouTube comment. Okay, no YouTube comments. Whew. Nixies. You guys need to branch out a little bit, okay? Live a little. Don't you guys want some spice in your life? I might be getting a custom colored mouse soon. Maybe. These switches are so pretty. Look at them. They're sparkly. Can one of my mods change my build? This is HMX SU. Is that a mouse? I got reached out by Pulsar, who does a lot of mice, but they actually wanted me to feature a keyboard. I am a little hesitant. I was asked to feature a keyboard yesterday, and that stream was not good. Thanks for the follow. I'm kind of hesitant about reaching out to that company that I reviewed for yesterday to be like, hey, I basically to tell them like I did not enjoy the keyboard. And I feel like they might be mad. No, not Pulsar, no. I haven't gotten Pulsar's keyboard yet. For those who missed the build yesterday, I showcased a one-sided keyboard that's gonna go into Kickstarter pretty soon, but it was like I could not in good conscience like recommend it. Like I could see the appeal for it, but for the price point it was like I don't know. That feedback is still feedback. Yeah. Well, so there apparently it's like a new one. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just excited to build the banana keyboard. That's what I'm excited about. Yeah, have you guys seen the banana keyboard? It's so cute. Uh, Here. It's so cute. Any staggered ortho users? Okay. Yeah, I reached out to build that. I'm so excited. Okay, so the first one we'll do is probably silicone pellet. And we're not using foam. And we also don't have the force break installed. I will probably install it if we need, but as of right now, let's see what it sounds like without. This first configuration is going to be the FR4 plates. This one, I'm assuming. Yeah, or is it this way? Make sure. It's cute, right? I'm excited for it. They have a... It looks like they have two product pages. They have like the custom one, and then they have like the normal one. Custom one has more colors, I see. Okay, it looks like it's facing down. Dang. It was so close. So when you guys are building this, the gaskets do have different orientations. So you can see this is like the top, and then you have this is the bottom, like where the nipple part is. Just slide it on. Damn, Vin. If you want to, I mean, it's hot swap, right? Yeah, it's a knot. I don't remember. Have to go look for it. Oh, are the equinoxes hot swap or solder? Okay. I mean, you can just let me know what you want to do. The meetup is on Saturday? It might be a hope I get the switches on Monday, build an off-stream angle, and then try and get it out Monday night to get it to you in time. It's up to you though. Yeah, because if I build it on Monday on stream, I wouldn't get it out until Tuesday. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, well. If you want to, it's up to you. I don't really like these feet. We're not using them. Okay. Okay. Alright, what keycaps are we using? I don't know. Well, the feet are just really weird because, so you do have, you know, the feet, but then you have like the edges on each side. And then you kind of just have to do a friction fit, but it's so thin that if you slide it, it will just bloop off. So you either need to make it thicker or you need to add a little anchor point for the screw point, right? So that it actually stays in place. They are changing it, so. Miklon, yeah, Miklon is on board. I could do Miklon. I could just take it off the board. Wob. I'll wob you in the. Just kidding. There's circa. Let's see. Deep Navy, maybe? Um, Do I need some more sets? Yeah, I have suited. Dots? Bruh, I can barely read English. You want me to use dots? Alright, I could use dots. I never use it. Wait. Someone pull up the dots thing so I know I'm putting in the right place. Not dots, but it's GMK. Dots is GMK. I don't have Nightshade. Do I? I don't think I do. I have Midnight Rainbow. That's my default for all blackboards. I don't like it. You really want to use dots? I don't like it. Chat, what do you guys think? Do we listen to Vin? Okay, let's ask the other diva. Insty? Yes or no? Insty, is this a yeah or nah? Insty said it's a yeah? Alright, you guys. I wouldn't pull out beige, but I would pull out something else like uh maybe like maybe like Nautilus. Oh, okay. You crash out. Okay. Jesus. You heard him. He's about to crash out. The good thing about dots is that it doesn't really matter where you put it because it's all dots. Right. Okay, the least you can do is link me Dot's product page then, so I can make sure I have it right. Black snail, that's John's set, right? It's sad because like I can't even just like pull these off randomly because then it's a pain in the ass to like put back together. Wait, taking this apart and putting it back on for each set, I'm doing multiple builds. I can't just like oh my god. I know, right? I'm missing a key. I'm about to crash out. Oh my god. The two divas agreed to this, you guys. I'm missing an R1 white. Well, I don't see the R1 white. Okay, I'm changing dots. You're not happy no matter what I do. I'm changing it next one. We're not doing this again. You're either happy with this or we're just not doing it ever again. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay. Setting up device. Okay. Cool. Build command. Uh, oh. Okay. Here we go. So this first one is FR4 with no foam, no force break. Okay. Oh, and this is or silicon gasket, however you want. Alright, boys and girls, so we have the Tofu TKL. The first one we're doing is the FR4 or carbon fiber plate. Sorry, I put FR4. It's carbon fiber. I don't have the FR4. It's a carbon fiber plate. No foam. We don't have a force break on. Silicon gasket, and this is HMX2 switches. And we're using JMK dots R2. That felt very pleasant to type on. I like these switches. Hey, what do you guys think? So now we're gonna swap it out, and we're gonna see what it is with top mount. Oh, you did different. I think Alex does the same thing. Oh, really? L'Orange. Such a funny name. L'Orange. Oh, did you? Let's see. Oh my god. There's a sound test and everything. What do you mean you can tell those are doctor hands? How can you tell? You guys wanna hear something weird? Do you guys know Dan's Gaming? Yeah, I met him a long time ago. And he has very, very soft hands. Like, I got to shake his hand. And I was like, oh, you have soft hands. Also, I just realized that my Tofu TKL stream was on private. That's why I had no viewers there on YouTube. uh, Teha might have the softest hands I've ever touched. Really? Oh wait, I don't think these are... No, I would never judge anyone based on their hands. I would make note of it. Would I judge you? No. Shoops has very soft hands, yes. But do I judge him for it? No. Yeah, it's kind of crazy because I posted a picture with Shoops like this, didn't even tag him. And someone's like, are those Shoops' hands? I'm like, what the fuck? How did you clock that? And they're like, I recognize those hands anywhere. It's like, okay, that's kind of crazy. Shoops is living life, you know. Shoops is really fashionable, but I am not fashionable, so I just remember all the LA people were like, damn Shoops, you got like, you know, you got style. I'm like, but I didn't understand. It's like the same thing with like Jinte. Like he had these like pair of tabbies and they're like, damn, you got style, Jinte. I'm like, you look you look like you're from Japan, but apparently they're like super fashionable. I had no idea. Yeah. Shubes and Jinte, they both are. Japanese archive way. Like he's into like the vintage shopping and stuff like that. Like he is. Okay, I think I have a travel Instagram. I can link it if you guys want to see it. It's not private or anything. He just like he was like, "Hey, I'm going to be posting here." So, give me a sec. I'm kind of running into this weird issue where my top mount screws are really, let's see. I don't have the right top mount screws. These are too thick. Like, this just doesn't go into it. But I do have the Athena. Let me see if those screws work. Let's see. These should work, hopefully. Yeah, this. Cool. Cool. Okay, cool. It's saved. You know, sometimes fashion I don't really understand because like people will recognize and be like, bro, that that piece you're wearing is like $500, and then I look at it, I'm like, that black t-shirt was $500? Like so I feel like sometimes I don't get fashion. Like a good pair of jeans I could understand, but I don't know. This is gonna sound kind of bad, but I feel like there's a lot of like Asian streetwear fashion that just looks very basic. People say the same thing about keyboards. Yeah, but it's like, it's different, right? Like, if it's like a simple black t-shirt and you're like, yeah, we hand harvested silk from silkworms that we bred in our private farm in China from the day they were pupae, and then we hand sewn all of these from like if there's something like that, I'd be like, oh, okay. But yeah, I feel like most of the time you're paying just for like branding. I would pay a lot of money for good jeans though. I really wanted I really wanted to get oh, you guys. I was just using the wrong screws. These are the K screws. The top mount screws are just hidden underneath this. Oops. Okay, so they did send it to me. I was just using the wrong one. It's okay. Oops. Yeah, too many egg tarts. I was just stacking them all on top of each other. Oops, sorry. Yeah, next time I go back to Japan, I really want to get like custom fitted jeans. I got this like high-waisted jeans from I forget the brand, but they had a really weird return policy because I bought one of their jeans on sale and it was just like a little too small and I wanted like a size up. It's like so hard sometimes to buy jeans, especially if you don't try them on. But they were just like, they gave me so many options where it's like, don't return them, and we'll give you half the price of the jeans back in cash or in credit. Or you can pick like a different size and like, you know, pay half of that and then we'll send it, you keep the old one. Or it's like, or you could just keep the old one and then we'll just it was like something weird, but it was they were doing whatever they could do to not get it back, right? Or it's like you could send it back, but you would be like you had to pay for shipping. Like they wouldn't give you a return label, right? Okay, so this is top mount. Okay. Great, so this is top mount carbon fiber, still no foam, and still no force break. This guy keeps talking about going to Vietnam, but when? Okay. I feel like this build, I didn't really need to do the force break. What? I've seen some weird Reddit posts too, so maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. You're not supposed to wash raw denim? I don't own any raw denim. I think my most worn article or piece of clothing is like boxers. Oh, I see. Oh, did I miss this here? So, Miss Patty, what are your thoughts on the board so far? So far, pretty solid. There's nothing that I'm like, whoa, that's weird. I guess, yeah, nothing like glaringly weird so far. I'd say my biggest complaint are the feet, but that's like, apparently I'm not the only one that has that same sentiment. Is there anything that's like, whoa, amazing? In terms of what, like I think the back weight's really cool. Would I pay $60 for that? Some people would. I mean, so a lot of these cases that we're seeing from KBD is the top mount and the pellets, right? I think there are some parts that I think are cool, like this wooden accent, even though that's like an internal thing. I do think it's interesting they are experimenting more with like the different internal weights. I yeah, I they are making a lot of changes, but I haven't really noticed much of these problems like clearance wise. So I'm guessing so Alex has built this and I guess he had some issues, right? I haven't ran into any issues yet. So that's good, but I'd say the biggest thing I would change is like the feet. Cable's so cool. Oh yes. Body's trying to review a board. We're talking about clothing and laundry. I mean, that's fine. I mean, yeah, there's nothing that I've been like, whoa, amazing. I will say they gave us force break, but I don't know if you guys have been listening, but I don't think it needs it, at least for my configuration, right? So we'll see. It's like a pretty straightforward build. Well, here's the thing, is that I'd say the biggest selling point for this is the fact that it is HE compat, and they'll have their own module, and you can also use the Venom, right? I think the HE module is going to be the biggest selling point for that. But in terms of like Just a standard keyboard by itself. I mean, it's fine. Nothing like, that's not good. But yeah, I mean, it does what Tofu is known to do. Like, it's not the greatest, but it's not the worst. So it is more expensive, yes. But here's the thing is that Tofu, it has a lot of options that you can choose from, and also the development of like the HE. Like, I'd say if I were a gamer, I'm a gamer, but I want something a little more premium, you know, with the HE module. This would be something I would strongly consider because not all customs support HE modules, right? So that I think would be the biggest selling point. But the Neo doesn't have HE. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not quite, I say the audience is not geared towards like super enthusiast, right? I'm dreading this. I have built a HE board. I've built two. But in terms of gaming, it's like, I use my Alice. I think HE is very good in terms of like, depending on what you're using it for, right? Will it make you a better gamer? Probably not, right? I think if anything, it makes you like codependent on it. Because it's like, oh no, guys, I can't play without my HE board. But, I wouldn't say getting an HE board will make you a better player, but if you're someone who is like professional, or you really can tell like that split microsecond of like actuation, then like HE is a godsend, right? So I'd say this one would be more, it's a fine board so far, right? Is it like, whoa, amazing? Like, this is like a must buy of the year? Not necessarily, but the fact that it has like that compatibility, so many options, has that Tofu name, you know. Yes, I did. I built and reviewed it. Yep. But like I said, it doesn't have HE. Because where did Tofu, especially the Tofu 2, right? It got a lot of recognition because it was one of the things where it was compatible, right? Like you could put the Wooting module in it. And that was a great jump for people who hated what the Wooting came in and they wanted something that felt more premium. And like there's a reason, you know, Gion was like Venom, right? And there's also making it because you were appealing to a bigger market now. I thought the DK1 was good, right? Especially for the price point, but you know, like I said, it doesn't have HE. It's just like it's a different market. And the fact that not only can they market this tofu as like a more premium, right? Especially at the price point, but it's also good for, you know, Venom and like the Wooting. So, or like HE stuff. I don't know if it's compatible with the Wooting. So of course we're just like, you know, there's like the sentiment like, oh my god, it's so expensive, right? I don't think it's the only selling point. I'd say it's a big selling point, right? But I mean, that's the thing. That's how that is like the next big thing. Like you see how Wooting had so much success. Like I think it's a smart move that they are, you know, looking towards that compatibility. Because now you have like the people who are diehard fans for the Wooting and HE modules, you know, coming in. Yeah, that's why I said sorry, not for the Wooting, but it is compatible with the Venom. That's what I'm saying. It is compatible with the Venom. Like they've already confirmed it. And I think they're also doing their own, right? Later on. Yeah, they have their own already. We are the main market? I'm not sure. KBDFans, I'd say some boards, custom enthusiasts are the main. But I'd say for some of their boards, not really. Like, why would you buy a Tofu 2? Would you guys, as custom keyboard enthusiast, right? KBD is never going to realistically compete with Hooting. We don't know that. We don't know that. A lot of brands are trying. I will say never. Like I said, like, I bought a Tofu Redux for your Venom. Exactly. Exactly. Wooting does have a TKL. Well, that's because it's dependent on the program, right? Wooting is ahead of the game, but put enough like brains and brain power at it and, you know, stuff like that. It's like they could eventually. Wooting could get kind of complacent and, you know, some like better software could come along. You never know. Yep. So even if like custom keyboard enthusiasts aren't very impressed with this Tofu TKL, it has other selling points to it. And plus the Tofu is just a very like, it's a Tofu, it's like iconic. It's a simple design. It does what it needs to do, right? There's no obnoxious branding. Oh, thank you for the raid. Hello. Yeah, that's fine, Joe. Can I get a shout out? Hello. Good night. We're doing good. We're doing another build. I have to go slow because I've been cursed into this cursed keycap set where all the keys are just dots. So I can't just like bloop, 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 because then I have to rearrange them because there's different profiles. So I'm slowly removing everything. Thanks for the raid though, I appreciate it. Hope you guys had a good stream. So if you don't know the Raccoons, they're sisters and they stream together. You guys might recognize Rebecca. She is a regular in my stream. And she streams with her sister on Twitch. So yeah, check them out if you like games. People have anti-China bias. Well, I think most people would rather buy Wooting because the software is just so much more superior than what's currently offered in the market, right? And for vendors like QK or Melotrix or even KBD, you kind of have to think about you know, what direction you want to go. Do you want to go the more like enthusiast route, or do you want to try to appeal to a bigger market? And of course, right, bigger market is like quote unquote going to get you more volumes, right? Because unless you're producing super quality keyboards that enthusiasts like are really into, right, it's gonna be hard. And like QK, Bellatrix, they've dabbled in it, right? But the truth is, or the main thing is that Wooting has a good program. They have a good module. However, their cases are not like the greatest, but they're not focusing on that. And meanwhile, there have been people who've been like, oh, you can put the module in like, you know, the Tofu. So the Tofu going from like, you know, if you're just entering into the hobby, like Tofu for many of us was like our first, right? But now you have like QK Bellatrix. Why the hell would you pick a Tofu over all the other things in the market, right? And so now there is this new untapped market where, you know, people who have looting, but they don't like the case. So, you know, what do? They get custom cases, right? And so I think KBD is actually doing something really smart by tapping into that market, right? Because now they went from like a bunch of keyboard enthusiasts buying or not buying the Tofu to all of a sudden there's all these people buying Tofus because they're getting the module and they're like, it works in it. So I don't know. I think I wouldn't say the only selling point for this is that, but they've definitely seen the success of the Tofu cases and people buying it who aren't enthusiasts just because it's like compatible, right? Does that make sense? Did I just go on a tangent for no reason? You guys are just like, Patty's talking out of her ass right now, but hopefully that makes sense. I mean, there is anti-China, right? But there's also... It's just Wooting software is so superior in comparison, right? But that's like all they do. That's the thing. That's like, that's their main bread and butter, right? Yeah. But now you just have gamers that want the magnetic, but they're looking for compatible cases. And if your case is one of those, then that's just a market for you to tap into. And at the end of the day, it's like, if you're disappointed by the Tofu TKL, there's like so many other keyboards out there, right? It's not gonna be everyone's cup of tea. Do I think it's bad though? I don't think so. Do I think it's like, whoa, amazing? You know, I'm still working through my thoughts on that. But it's not terrible by any means. Right? Woody does spend the time to make their app well, but to do smeg points. Yeah, exactly. Did I get an F13 Venom drop it? Yep. And see, that's why Gion. That's why Gion's so successful. Gion is just like... Gion saw that market, was like... Let's go. No, I didn't. I'm shy. I think Wooting just took the most market share because they were the first to come out. Yeah. Yup. Yup. Yeah, see. QK should be coming out with something before the end of the year. Yeah. I mean, and we saw it, you know. QK was a quote unquote newer. They came out with like the Voice 65. Miso! He's not gonna let you in! You cry for him, he's not gonna let you in! He don't care about you, girl. You gotta let go. Sorry, yelling at my cat. She wants to be with Connor, but Connor doesn't want her. Is this so sad? She meowed at the door for him, and he's just like, no. Because he's like trying to take a dump, and she'll like jump on his lap, and he's like, no, I'm not about that life. So. My dog does. Anytime I wake up in the morning, he will or she will get out of bed, lay next to me. Connor. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I think like Bellatrix tried, but I think their book 75 was like not very successful. I think they had the concept there, but I mean I never got the book 75, so I wanted to. I asked them for one, but they didn't want to send me one, unfortunately. But like I want to review more HE boards, but I think I mean it makes sense, right? I wouldn't say my audience is the right for that. So I think for those they should reach out to, you know, more mainstream keyboard people who like use HE on like a normal basis. But I do think I heard the Boog 75 didn't do too well. Honestly, kind of rude of Connor to never let her in and sniff the poop. Oh my god, I see Kim chatted. It feels good, better than any HE, but is the reason you swapped off of it? Was the software just like booty? The design of the keyboard itself or the program? The case, oh. Oh, thank you, Kim. I actually have it open, so I'm looking at it. I'm gonna be reviewing another HE board soon. I'm gonna see if the software is even close to being worth it. Yeah. Yeah, Venom HE. I mean, a lot of people are like experimenting. It's kind of interesting seeing like the rise of like HE and also with Topra. I see a lot of people trying to like do Topra stuff nowadays. Cup rubber. Wow, NC's also chatting there. You guys thought I didn't have YouTube open, but thank you for the follow. HEs are a must if you play competitive shooters for strafing. Aren't they banning HE stuff? There was it Logitech or Corsair? I don't remember, but they basically said like you cannot use this. Or is it Razer? I don't remember. There was one big brand where they're like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. Hello from Australia. Hello from the US. Yeah, that one. Yes. I see. That's like something you have to learn in game though, right? I can't play those shooter games because I get motion sickness, so. Even the SOCD peeking corner is just so much better. Yeah, I see that. Like, there's a reason it's so popular, right? At least with gamers. I actually have Geon Raptor switches for HE, but you know. How's your building going? It's a pain in the ass. Can you tell me what's the current vibe of Rama keyboards these days? Curious. I mean, so basically everyone hates Rama. If you like the keyboard, if you're buying, so you have to be buying it aftermarket, right? I mean, keyboard's fine, assuming you got it. But, I mean, I feel like Rama keyboards are the equivalent of like, everyone hates the designer. Are they solid products? I guess so, but there's just, it's like blood money, you know? I don't know. Like, you can own a, I say like owning and bringing and showcase like a Rama board. Some people will comment on it like every single time. She designed some stuff, but it's mostly like the branding behind it, right? I heard she did not win her case or something along like Something along that line. Something in her case she did not win. Oops. It's fine. I mean, it's solid so far. Who, Hebe or Rama? Rama. Oh yeah. Big F1 vibes, yeah. I mean, mounting's different, but it's a very, you know, it's a simple tofu case. Yeah, all our homies hate Rama. Yeah. I think some of the biggest criticisms I've seen so far about this board is mainly the price point for what you get, but you're on the big screen now? Say hello to everyone. Hello, everyone. I don't know who you are, but hello. Me and my siblings. Oh, hello. Zyner's siblings. Did you know that the first time I met Zai, I was told that they had an OnlyFans? So for the longest time, for some reason, I thought Zai was a female. And then one day I was like, oh yeah, like, I said something along the lines like, well, I found out that Zai was not a female. I was like, oh, you're not female? Okay, and now I'm off the big screen now, right? Yeah, so for a long time I thought Zai was a female. I mean, it's my bad for assuming, but I just assumed. Okay. So this next one is alu plate, no foam, no force break, silicone gasket. Cool. Alright guys, this is alu plate, no foam, no force break, and we're using silicone mounting. So the biggest change is now we're using a different plate. Okay, what do you guys think? Another different spacebar switch enjoyer. This one. You mean like on the feet? The feet suck. It's kind of, I don't want to use them. I typically don't use feet on my board. That's just like my thing. You know, like some people change the spacebar switch, but my thing is I don't like using feet. But these in particular are just like terrible. They're not, well, they're not terrible, but they're very loosey-goosey. This doesn't have force break. It does come with like force break tape, but I didn't put it on there. We could add it if you guys wanted to see the difference. How long have you been building keyboards? Yeah, so I mentioned this earlier in the build stream, but they are making a few changes to the board, including the feet. Also, there's like a weird tolerance with the front angle and the plate, and so they're actually chopping off a corner so that there's no interference. So there's a few things that they're already changing to the force break, or to the prototype. They also have the force break stickers that come with it, but they said it doesn't really do much because it's not thick enough or it's not working properly. And I think there's like a universal force break that they created for the Athena that you can use it there, which is just like this long thing, right? But yeah, they are changing the feet. They're making it thicker. Hopefully it fits a little better too. So they're revising, yeah. Plate, the feet. They're also giving silicone plate gasket added. They're already making changes to a lot of things. I'm like, bleh. So that's good. Hi Patty, how long have you built keyboards for? and streaming. I've been streaming for a while, many years. I was like on and off during college because, um, you know, I'd be gaming late at night, and so, um, Connor is like, why don't you stream, right? Because he had to go to bed early. So I actually started streaming back in college. I was on and off for a little bit, and then once I like graduated and got like an actual job, moved to Boston, I started streaming more regularly, especially since I was like work from home at that time. Um, and then yeah, I lived in Boston, yes. And then I got my startup. The startup I worked at failed. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Uh-huh. I have actually been there. But when my startup failed, I wanted to move back to Austin because I got really bad seasonal depression in Boston. Like, it was hard going from Texas to Boston, right? Where all of a sudden, like, the sun is gone at like 3 p.m. versus like in Texas, the sun is still up at 8 p.m., right? But anyways, I got really bad seasonal depression there, and I just missed my family. So I moved back, and then I started streaming more. So I started streaming more as I was like looking for a job, right? And then COVID happened. And then during COVID, I started doing keyboards around the start of COVID. And I was also streaming a lot more. So with the start of COVID and everyone working from home, that's how I got partner from building custom keyboards while still streaming a lot. So I have a foundation and just gaming streaming. Yeah, so the Patty's cooking streams, that's from like back in the day back. I started those in Boston, right? So, um, that's how you know MJ's one of the OG viewers, but um I started that back when I was in Boston when I had my own place. And, you know, my life was kind of derailed for a little bit because startup failed, ended up not getting like many paychecks, so that was neat. Moved back home hoping to like save money for a house. Um, and then find a house in Austin, but then COVID happened, and then it's like we couldn't go anywhere. And then right after COVID, all the tech companies started doing their layoffs, including Connor. So Connor got laid off. Um, and so life, you know, life happened. It's hot swap, so Connor does have a job now, but I feel really bad for all my friends in the tech sector. Like, I know some people who got laid off like 2 years ago and still haven't found anything, and they're just kind of like, yeah, we're gonna do something else that's not tech anymore. Because yeah, it's hard. And I build and review the keyboards, but then I also do like other creative stuff now too. Keyboard hobby has slowed down quite a bit, right? What's a keyboard scene like in America these days? Um, I mean, it's slowed down. Uh, I don't I don't know how it actually compare to like in China or Hong Kong, but it's hard to say. Maybe Mochin can answer that, but or Korea for that matter. But I have less work these days because there's not that many keyboards There's not like a new group buy every like week or so, right? So now I mostly work with like big brands or big designers. But that's kind of hard because like I'm pretty sure I'm like on Corsair's blacklist because they asked me to review one of the keyboards and I kind of like I don't remember what it was, but it was like why is this called the Corsair 75 but it's a 65? Like what's going on here? Like I as much as I would love to work with like bigger brands, it's like it's kind of hard transitioning into that. And I've been trying to do more tech stuff too. So like I reviewed a mouse. I worked with Belkin. Um, just like trying to branch out, but I wish I could say the custom hobby was like thriving, but I'd say it's like very I have. So I did the gray rat. I can show you. Um but it's a stacked acrylic board. I like stacked acrylic. Oh yes, exclamation point cable. I'll link you to it. So this is my keyboard. This is the keyboard I designed with an Australian vendor actually. And we're gonna be doing another stacked acrylic one. Oh my god, the bubble wrap. Okay, this next one is alu. No foam, no force break. Top mount. Okay. Alright. Alu plate, no foam, no force break, top mount. This was your favorite one? Me. I like the carbon fiber a little bit more. Me. But that's why it's good because it's all preference. Oh, I think did someone just buy a cable using my link? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Or someone just bought something. I appreciate it. Maybe not the cable. I want to... I don't want to do more, like, keyboards necessarily, but I would love to do, like, artisan collab. I want to do a keycap set. I think that's the next thing I want to do. But that feels, like, very daunting. But I don't even know what colorway I would go for. I could do like my colors, or I could do like what I think would look cute. I don't know, it's very daunting. Beige. Oh my god. Go ask some basic B for beige. Don't ask me. I can't help you. Yeah, I want to do like, I either want to do my colors or I want to do like a yellow. I think would be really cute. Because when I think yellow, I think like Feng Su or honey, but there hasn't really been other yellow sets like that. But yellow is hard, right? I do feel like yellow is one of those colors that's not like classic, but so cute. You know, has there been a capybara set? I know there's almost hippo, but there hasn't been a cappy set, has there? Or there has, and I'm just slow, behind on the times. I also want to do a switch. I was going to do a switch, but unfortunately the vendor I was talking to no longer does switches, so that was also something I was considering. But I think the biggest thing that's like holding me back is that working with others is hard, right? In the sense of like, you could do everything right, but say you have like a business partner that doesn't, or it's like the manufacturer does you dirty, you know? I think that's what I'm scared of. And like with color matching, especially, I would be afraid that I wouldn't do it hype. Or I wouldn't do it good, you know? Hello. So that's like, I do have concerns about that. But yeah. Are there many new companies coming out? I'd say the newest one in terms of keyboards that has been like somewhat like, oh wow, GDK. I think that did I say that right? They made the DK one, but that is like a newer brand. There's been many that I think have just kind of like stopped. But they're getting like bigger brands to help them run international because they've ran in like China, right? But in terms of like the US, they've relied on like Unikeys or WS. So not very many like new ones. There's still like independent designers, right? But it's just like mostly your big name. You know, one keyboard I actually wanted to review, but I didn't get to was the butterfly Alice. Do you guys remember that board? The Vanny, yeah, that one. That one was not a WS board, but they ran it for them. And I wanted to review it, but I just never asked. That one was very pretty, yes. I think that one's also really expensive, if I remember correctly. I think like 500, 400? I don't remember. But it was a very pretty complicated keyboard. I mostly wanted to build it because it was an Alice. Sucker for the Alice boards. I was really excited to build the split duo. And like I like split keyboards, but I think at the end of the day I just always go back to my bare. Like that's just what I like. So this is going to be the last configuration we're doing, which is the PC plates. They've already done alu and carbon fiber. It's kind of crazy because there's a lot of China exclusive group buys that have like the really freaking cute keyboards. Like you gotta have a plug in China to get it for you. But all the super, super cute custom keyboards are China exclusive. It's kind of crazy. I don't know why cute is so hard here. There is a keyboard coming out, the Splitty Kitty. That one's very interesting. I don't know if you guys have seen that one. I think Unikeys is running that one. Let me see if I can find it. It is, yeah. This one. Can't you use a China shift forwarding service? Can you? I don't know. I mean, you have to have a proxy. AliExpress, I don't know. I don't know how to do it. All I know is it's China exclusive and buying it is a pain in the ass. So I don't even bother. But I'll see keyboards and I'll be like, that's so cute. And it's like, boom, China exclusive. Like, oh man, of course. Yeah, I could ask Mochin, but I don't know how willing Mochin is to do it. I also don't want to inconvenience anyone, you know? There's only 2 designers that I would, if there's a keyboard I really wanted, I'd be like, help me. And that's Jackie and Gawk. If for some reason Jackie's like, sorry, I'm only doing China exclusive now, I'd be like, Mochin, help me. Or if Gawk was like, yeah, I'm only doing China exclusive for whatever reason, I'd be like, Mochin, help me. But everyone else is kind of like me. My favorite keyboard designer is Jackie. He did the bear. I've enjoyed all his keyboards. I like Gawk's Type K, however, I haven't built all of Gawk's boards. That's the thing. I've built most of Jackie's. Like, I never got to try like the Lily. Like I love my Type K though. Patty, I'll buy your bear. No. Pass. I have a special edition red one. Like a 1 of 1 red one. Bear. Somehow it got into my hands and I have it. Yeah, Jackie's just my favorite. I built the red bear. But I just use my white bear. It's like something's buzzing on my mic. Could be, did I not? Is it? Is there buzzing? Music? I skipped the song. Maybe it's a song. Kim doesn't hear it. It's just Dave. Sorry, Dave. Looks like you're the outlier. Oh, yeah, because I turn off all my filters, so you'll hear like my computer, my fan. I turn off all the filters, so yeah. Yeah. I do that so you can hear the keyboard raw. Raw. Can we never do dots again? Agreed. It is painful. You know who put me through this pain? Vin. Vin is like, he's always like, streamer, I miss you. Meanwhile, he does this to me. Well, Insty, I was like, alright. Insty makes a final decision, and Insty is like, well, she's not gonna do beige, so just roll with dots. I'm like, okay. You know, speaking of proxies and like region exclusive, I almost asked someone to proxy EO87R2 for me. Because I love that keyboard. My mom has the one that I got for myself. Because she's like, oh, it's so pretty. Yeah, it's like, okay, sure. Nautilus was an option, but Insty agreed with Vin today. But Insty is also like dead from a fever. Yeah, but $400 is like, I don't know. I think not a lot of people reviewed it. I think Alex did, but there wasn't a lot of reviews that came out on it. Yeah. I know people who got it, but I don't know if they like it or not. God. Hello. How you doing? We're suffering with the dots keycap, trying to make sure everything is the right profile. I know, I hope you've been good. You know, we're just building keyboards, playing some WoW, playing variety games as per usual. It's kind of crazy that I've streamed like every single day this week, trying to catch up on builds. Oh, but guess what, you guys? I did get reached out to do an event for drinks. So I'm pretty excited. So we're gonna, end of this month, we're gonna be doing another matcha pop-up. So, I'm excited. Oh, nice. Congrats, thanks. I've chilled out with keeps like a lot. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. A lot of people have. I mean, heavy ball rotator. Like, I could see it. Like, you're making music or you're listening, going to see like live bands and stuff. Ooh, okay, last one. Oh, you make music? I had no idea. Like you're in a band or DJing or... Nice. I had no idea. That's cool. Okay, last one. Oh, okay. You have, what is it? SoundCloud? Is that the right term? So one of my cats, Miso, she sits like underneath my feet, but it's also bad because like sometimes she has hairballs and she'll throw up like underneath my feet. She's like been making some weird noises, so I'm getting a little worried. I'm getting a little nervous. I hear her burping. The bunnies are cute. Oh, like Willier just like stomps its foot. Do you post on YouTube? I used to have a bunny named Noli. I had a Norwegian dwarf bunny named Noli. She's so cute. Okay, let's see. This one is PC plate, no foam, no force break. Silicone gasket. Well, if you want to link your YouTube, but only if you're comfortable. Okay, so this is our last configuration, or second to last. This is PC plate, no foam, no first break stickers, and we're using silicone gasket.
Yeah, I do like this PC plate. I did like how it sounded. I also liked how it felt. Okay, so let's see how it sounds with top mount. And then I'll actually do one more. I'll try the Plateless with hot swap, which is not recommended, but just to hear how it sounds. How about that? Oh, it's right here. Thanks for the stream, Patty. Found you by accident while searching for something else. Appreciate the insight, of course. Keep an eye for your next build. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so I normally build keyboards on Fridays and Saturdays, and my streaming schedule is usually at night for the US. I've been told it's prime time for the Australian people. I don't know how true that is, but yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your night. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. I like some PC plates. I think it depends on how thick it is. I think I don't like thin PC plates. I think it sounds a little too plasticky, but if it's thicker, I do enjoy it. Okay. Boop. Oh yeah, those are Canon Keys has them. They're like the I have those. There's two of them. I want to say it's like similar to a fish name. I could just be remembering it wrong. But those are available on Canon Keys. I do have those. I've never used them, but mostly because I do so many I do so many different builds that I heard you're not meant to like take them off easily, or you're not meant to take them off once they're in, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. So as someone who does like a lot of different builds, it was kind of like, oh, maybe I shouldn't. So what JuiceWax is talking about are, like I have a switch, but basically, where these two pins would go in on a switch, they're clips, kind of like the clip-ins, right? So that whenever you do plateless, they stay in place. It's kind of cool. I think they've only made 2 variations of it, but it's definitely like a use case scenario type of deal. Oh, there it goes. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. So I see where they're talking about making adjustments to the plate. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I uh, I think it's a neat idea, but it's something that it's good for certain scenarios, but for like everyday use, it's kind of like, well, maybe not. Okay. Yes, Sophia, what's up?
Are you done gaming? What? Did you resub to WoW? I know, right? Vin's not even here anymore. He's like doing something else. He's just left us to suffer. Do you want me to resub? Well, only if you enjoy playing the game. I don't want to make you resub and suffer. Like, I've asked Mason before if he would ever come and play again, and he is like, I don't know. Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, not Akon, the VTuber one, right? I think he also staffs there. Yeah, off Kai, yeah. I bet those VTuber conventions are gonna be like I wonder how the oh my god, I'm blinking. The VTuber agency. What's the name of it again? Oh my god, I'm blanking so bad. The one that went kaboom. Bishoujo. It's kind of crazy how that all like unraveled. So actually, I've known the gun run for many years, like almost like 10 years. And seeing him, you know, just doing like lands for different like collegiate to Twitch to IRL backpack to V Shoujo to just like boop. It's kind of crazy. Okay, this one is PC plate, top mount. Okay. It's crazy to think about, like they had so like I would say would you say they were like the number one or close to it? Like it's crazy how mismanaged it was. Not surprised, but it's just they had something so good. Which one is oh my god. What's her name? I watch her. Tenma? Which one is Tenma part of? Oh, let me mute this while we do this. Great. This is PC plate, top mount, no foam, no force break. Yeah, I like watching Temma for the VTuber. Only because I got to like actually do a stream with her once, and that was pretty cool. Uh Sounds fluid than Gasket. I think I still like the silicone more, but it's not bad. When? Do you remember when Disguised Toast was doing like the radio show when he just got like random streamers to like all get together and just like talk? I was part of one of the radio shows with Temma, and that was cool. She was very funny. And I'd go into her streams, I would say hi. She'd be like, "Hello, Patty." She's so funny. But yeah. Oh, she's hilarious, yeah. I enjoy talking to her and I enjoy watching her streams. I don't watch VTubers very often, but I actually do enjoy watching her streams. I love VTuber and G fat free. Do you think if I made a secret account as a VTuber, you guys would know it's me? Easily? Really? No, I don't think so. What if I use like a voice changer? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I figure out on speech pattern. Yeah, right. That's you guys really think you know me that well. You could figure it out on speech pattern. Should I do a social experiment? I have my PNG tuber. If I had a VTuber model, I'm not gonna lie, I would want. I would. I would. I would like the jigglies. Like. Yeah, sorry. I would like the jigglies. Like not like big like milkers, but definitely the jigglies and the physics, you know, like dead or alive physics, you know. That's what I grew up on. I would want modest sized jigglies. Oh wow, I'm so sorry, it's a sponsored stream. KBD, if you're watching, jiggly as in like my hair. My hair physics would be very jiggly and whooshy. I would have very jiggly hair. I'm so sorry. uh anyway, so now we're gonna do Plateless and that will actually be our last configuration. And then we're done. And we're gonna talk about the board. You know, it was NC that brought me back to reality. Here I was thinking about jigglies, and he's like, "You're getting clipped." It's like, oh shit, you're right. Thank you, Insty, for bringing me back to reality. It's kind of funny because, like, sometimes I do watch anime just for, like, the plot. Not because, like, you know, it's just interesting how they make, like, the plot so interesting, right? Um, not because, like, of anything else. But, yeah. Okay, we're gonna go through this hell one last time and then we're done. Insty is dying sick in bed and then can't even be here. What the hell? Should I use a different keycap set just to spite him? So when he does come back, he's gonna be like, what the hell? Where's Dots? I forgot that you watched Yura. It's so funny how, like, so many mutual viewers, like, because I know Yura from college. Insty, just take a break. You don't need to clip anything. It's fine. You don't need to clip. You don't need to make any commands with the clips. Like, you could just take it easy. The plot. You're right. The plot's pretty important. No, he's sick. Yeah, that Dead or Alive, Dead or Alive reference. You guys like that? I love that game. There's a Dead or Alive dating gotcha? Really? No, I made a promise that I would not play any gotcha games. I can't. I'm Cantonese, you guys. That's a downward spiral. I can't. I'm Cantonese, okay? Yep, horse game. Yep. Dating. I like is her name Kasumi? I like that and Akane or Ayane. I like those two. Yeah, I still remember. Tina's okay. I don't remember Tina, but I'm just saying she's okay. Because you like her. There's also, another fighting game was, Is it Shikoden? It's something close to that. Shippuden? No, that's Naruto. Shikoden? Is Shikoden? What was it called? I think at one point it had like Link in it. Oh yeah, Soul Calibur, yes, Soul Calibur. Why was I thinking Shippuden? Yeah, Soul Calibur. SNS, close enough. I liked playing Soul Calibur. Okay. Last build. Was there a new Resident Evil or Fatal Frame or Silent Hill that just came out? I read something that it was like bad. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I saw one review saying that, yeah, it's the one with the girl. Sorry, that's probably not very descriptive, but yeah. I heard some early reviewers are saying like it's not very good. I think it was like a sneak peek and they were just like, you know, they didn't have high expectations for it. But then again, I feel like some people are just always negative reviews. Hold on. I think Connor forgot the cats. Come on, Meow Meow. Don't forget, you guys. Don't worry, I remember. Wasn't there like drama with the devs or something? When? I don't know. It just all kind of blends together. Yeah. I heard he was that the one where he was like hard to work with though? Like he had very like specific expectations. There was like conflicts. Or is that someone else? Who was the one that made Death Stranding? Was that also Kojima or? Yeah. Did anyone play that game? It looked interesting. I never played it. I heard it's just a running simulator. The new Zelda's not good. I stopped buying Nintendo. I have a Switch 2 still in its package. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's hard when like games are locked to their console. Like, do you think they would make more money if they didn't do that? Surely, right? Like, I haven't played a lot of like the new Zeldas or Kirby's because of that reason. Oh, thank you for the follow. I mean, you would tap into a whole other market, right? Because then you have all the sweaty PC gamers that would buy your game. Dang. I don't even use my, Miso. What are you doing? Hold on. I had to move Miso. She's being mean. Come on. Move. You, move. You, move. You, move. You, move. You, move. She's guarding. Now she's angrily scratching the post. She wasn't letting Kilo drink the water. I play a lot of indie games. Updates for these games always come out later on Switch, I see. I just feel like if they started doing PC releases for Nintendo games, they would make a lot more. But I mean, I guess it depends. I use my Steam Deck almost every night. I love my Steam Deck. Like, yeah. But that's because, like, you have so many games on there that you can play. Versus, like, Nintendo, you're so restricted. Unless you enjoy the Nintendo only, you know. You look really pretty today, thank you. I finally started using my new Japanese shampoo. And, you know, using Asian shampoo for Asian hair. Wow, who would have thought? It's actually very effective. Who would have thought? Thank you, though. I love my team. Me too. Someone was selling an OLED one, and I missed it. I have the OG one, right? Not gonna lie, Animal Crossing kind of gave me anxiety. Because I wouldn't play it for a few days and they'd be like, oh, I haven't seen you. or you would know like villagers are moving away because you didn't interact with them. I should have bought the white one too. I know. I sometimes I just like, oh man, if I get on now. Outside Ring Fit, the only game I play on Switch is oh, I love Tetris. I've been playing Trash. Here, let me. I call it my trash game, but there's an actual name for it. It's like Trash of the Titan. It's like actually it has Tetris in it. So it's like a tactics game. So it's cool because they've changed how it works, but basically it's now this large map. So it's like a roguelike. But it fights like a tactics game, like Final Fantasy Tactics. And then you're basically trying to protect the trash from the rats, and they could steal your trash in the game. And if they steal too much of your trash, it's game over. And at the end of each battle, you get meals, right? And you align them up like Tetris, and that's actually how you get like your stat points. So they have like wisdom, health, movement, and attack. And so you play it like Tetris to kind of, line everything up, and you have a party of 4. It's really fun. I play that on my Steam Deck. It's early access, but I like the new direction that they're going, because before it was just like a linear game, but now it's like an actual map where you can choose to like get a new ability, go to an event, do an elite battle, So if you like tactics games like that, it's really fun. I also play Played Up on Steam Deck and Peglin. I like Peglin a lot. Like, the Steam Deck's just so convenient. I love it. I can't play Peak. I get motion sickness. Yeah, I play a lot of games off stream. If you like Peglin, you might like Ball X Pit. Really? Okay, let's check it out. I play a lot of indie games as well. And I'm lucky that I like doing the Next Fest is actually really beneficial for me, because I'll play these demos and I'll wishlist it, and because devs will look and they'll be like, oh, you played the demo of my game, would you like a key to like the final game? Like, yeah, sure. So that's really nice. Before I was like a keyboard streamer, I would do a lot of variety games, and I worked with publishing companies that would send me game code, and like, so I know everything about like embargoes and whatnot. Texorcist? No, I just play Texorcist for fun. Someone actually gifted me Tiny Bookshop, so I have it. It's just this week I've been catching up on all my keyboard builds. Like, I still have to finish my Burnhouse Lane. I have a game code I was given. I have 2 game codes that I was given that I need to feature soon. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I'm lucky because I still work with these PR companies that send me game codes, so that's why sometimes they'll be like, oh, this game code is provided to me. Epi Story is still my favorite typing game.
Did I play that one? I don't know. But I play a lot of demos on Steam, like just in general. That zombie game we played together, it came out. I've played that too. I had to buy the game. It's really interesting how they did it with the Friend Pass. Paper Fox. No, I didn't play that one. I played the one that Boss Quest recommended. Maybe Boss Quest remembers. It was a typing game during an X-Fest. Where it was like a sequence. Yeah, I think so. Okay, you guys, our last configuration. Okay. Alright guys, this is plateless, no foam, no force break. Do I need to redo that? Could you guys hear the scratching? Okay. All right. I think this was my favorite. Ah. Ah. It did, yes. They actually reached out to me to feature it, and I did. There's also an update. Initially, they asked me if I'd be interested in doing like a keyboard collaboration for their board, and I was like, that will take a long time. I've had game companies reach out to be like, hey, I heard you do custom keyboards. What do you think about making a thematic keyboard for a game? But I'm kind of like, it doesn't really work like that, right? Or it's kind of strange. So yeah, but you know, they might not have that. It's a lot of work for me too, right?
in the sense of like collaborating and then making sure it's just I don't know. Sometimes I'm hesitant to do that and also work with other content creators as well. Yeah. All right. But anyways, let's talk about it. So, Tofu TKL. Okay. This is actually available now for pre-order. I have the black version, black colorway, but it is a F12 TKL available in both wind key and wind keyless. So similar to Tofu, there's not very much, pizzazz. It's just very blocky. So similar to a block of Tofu. But yeah, you can get wind key or wind keyless. So this one is the wind key version. There are a bunch of different top options, and we'll talk about all of that in the product page when we look at it. And apparently there's two product pages. There is like the custom, and then there's just like the regular. The custom one has a lot more colors, a lot more options, so we'll look at both. But here's the top, right? F12 TKL, pretty standard. Here's the side. So also, one thing to note is that these corners are sharp or they're very pointed, so they're not curved, right? Nothing like too crazy, like no like cherry lip or anything like that, or like a bezel. It's just it's just there, right? And then this one, I do have the cool back weight, right? So this one you can see it's been machined out. It has 9 case screws, so 4 on top, 5 on the bottom, and then it's irregular, right? And then they do have the 4 on the corner that's blocked by the feet, right? I don't use feet on my keyboard, but I'll talk about my issue with the feet after, but yeah, that's the back. So no like accent weight or anything. And then here's the front. So you can see the top and the bottom, right? Centered USB port. And then here is the front lip. So this board, you could do both top mount and you can do PCB gasket mount. So looking at the top mount, so here's a PC plate, right? So there's 4 different plates, right? The mounting points for this one is for the top mount, 4 on top, 3 on the bottom, so a total of 7, right? They do have the leaf spring cuts right here for the mounting points. And then for the gasket, I forget the number off the top of my head, but we can open this because we'll look at the internals. But there is PCB gasket mounting, meaning that you can do plateless, and that's what this configuration is. I will mention that while the design is pretty simple and there's no like branding, the branding is inside of the board, actually, where the USB daughter board cover is. So I'll show you after I take this all off. Oh god. So the cool thing about this board, I'd say, is actually some of the internal parts. So internally, well, before I forget, so for the PCB mounting, you have the 5 on the top and then 3 on the bottom, right? So you can see right there. The PCB does use pogo pin, so that's that's nice, right? Very convenient. But here is the internals. So there's a couple cool things to point out here. So I'd say most of the heft of the board, at least for this one, comes from the internals, and you could get 3 different kinds. So I have the copper one, but it looks like you can also get stainless steel and also aluminum silver. This board can be wireless, and the battery would actually be hidden underneath these compartments right here on the left and right side, right? Here you have this wooden accent piece, and this is just like, yeah, it's just an accent piece to hide the USB daughter board, right? You have the 4 little tiny screws, and then very, very subtly, this is where you have the Tofu 80 engraved, right, onto that accent. So finally, we see branding right there. But on the outside, there's no branding at all. And if there is, I missed it, but I didn't see anything. Perhaps on like the other bottom stuff there is, but I'm assuming there's no branding other than right here. So it's interesting because there are contrasts in material. So you have the wood, you have the accent weight, and then one thing I didn't showcase a lot of is that with this you could get a matching wrist rest. The reason it is showcased is because mine is mismatching. But you do then again see, you know, the wooden accent and then the wrist rest metal, right? The alu. For wrist rest, you can get anodized black, silver, or PC. PC is going to be more expensive, but here you could see the wood accent and the wood accent, right? So, yeah. They do have these little parts for force break, like the force break tape, but I didn't use it. I didn't feel like some of them needed it. They're also making changes to it because from what I read on it, it's that it doesn't work quote unquote properly. With my build, I didn't need to use any of it. Well, let's see. So this is what the force break would look like, right? So there's these tapes, right? With little striations right there. And you would just there are cutouts in the case so you can align it, right? And they also gave me this. Let's see. Is there not one more? Oh, oh shoot. Oh god. Oh god, where'd it go? Okay, I see it. Hold on. Before my cat gets to it. Don't worry, I got it. Let's see. They gave me these covers, but I never really quite figured out what they were for. Maybe someone in chat knows. I got 3 of them, which is an odd number to get. Let me look at the PDF to see. Alright, interloper. We're going to add an intermission right here. And if you're watching, we can pause it and then we can put in a text. So once we do figure out what it's for, that we can cut it into the VOD. But anyways. But yeah. So long story short is that they do give you this force break, but they're changing a few things about it. And then once we figure out what this is for, then I'll add it into the VOD edit. But until then, not quite sure. We'll figure it out though. So, yeah, as I was saying, the internals, you know, you can get different weights. We'll fix it in post, yeah, basically. And then you can also get an optional wrist rest, right? I didn't use force break for any of my sound tests. I thought it was fine, but depending on the switch used, depending on the plate and the configuration, and plus there's like so many things that could vary. So for example, the weight you get or the bottom piece you get, right? You might need force break, but they have incorporated it. So in the event that you find yourself needing it, right, it is there. Okay. Let me close this up and then we'll look at the product page together. There's a lot to unpack on the product page, so most of the talking, I hope you guys are awake for that. One thing I will say, like, so I typically don't use feet on my keyboard, and the reason why I don't like it for this one in particular is because it's not adhesive, which is not a problem, but it's not adhesive in a way where it's very easy. It comes off very easily. And I think for someone who does use, you know, feet, this could be something that I could see as like frustrating. Because if there's not like an anchor point to really like lock it in or something like more stable, right? Anytime you would like move your keyboard or whatnot, the feet would come off, and that is very frustrating. So they are making changes to that, right? So you don't, they're going to make it fit better or bigger, thicker. I don't know if they're going to add the anchor point like I said they would, but I mean, with the way it is now, it does friction fit, but it's just not very tight. So assuming they make it thicker, and if it does help with that, then that's fine, but I'll show you guys what I mean. So you see how it's like a square right here, right? So here is like the feet, that's a square. And you see how it has like the little ridges right there? So those just kind of friction fit into it, right? So you do have to do some finagling, but it just kind of friction fits like that. But because there's no like anchor point, so say into the screw hole, if you push it, it could just like easily fall off. But they are changing it, and it does take, like I said, it does just take a little like squeezing it in. But it just doesn't seem very stable. But yeah, so those are the feet. But anyways, so let's just look at the product page. So there's a lot to go through there. And then if you wanted to look at the wrist rest again, wooden accent, middle part. You do have the 3 screws right here. Oh, I figured it out. This is for the wrist rest. I was like, which thing has 3? Okay. I was about to say, I wish they had added some kind of bump on right here because, you know, clashing the wrist rest against the case might not be ideal. But I figured it out. Okay, so this is for the wrist rest. So they've already thought about it, so that's nice. Okay, so you can see those are right here. So anytime you push it against the case, you know, it's just like a nice boop. There you have it. Great. Cool. But they did kind of go above, you know, just like the standard wrist rest by adding the wood accent. And you can say it matches because there's a wooden accent inside as well. But yeah, that's very nice that they actually already included these bump-ons, and it has the KBD logo on it. I don't know if you guys can see it. But it does have the branding right here, but very subtle. That's neat. Okay, cool. But yeah, so let's look at page. There's a lot. There's a lot. Okay. So looking at the page, okay. So boop, 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 boop. So available for pre-order. So my configuration is wing keyless, anodized black. I have the anodized black with texture. I have the copper. I have the wired hot swap. I have all these plates, but we'll just do carbon fiber. I have the foam, but I didn't use it. But this time they have the no need, so you don't have to get foam. I do have carrying case, and then I got this one. Okay. So starting off, this would be $291.01. However, if you include all the extra stuff I got, so like, say I did get, you know, carbon fiber. I got PC and also alu. So my total for everything I got in this kit is $321. Okay, so looking at this product page, there's actually a second, but you can see there are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 colors. Anno black, silver, gray, red. So I'll just show right here. Mocha, E-coating U9, white, raw, anodized rose golden, and a PC transparent. Okay, so the 10 different colors, right? And then looking at the bottom, you have also a bunch of options. You have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. You have 12 different options. So you can either get the bottom case in your matching color, right? Or you can get anodized black with textures, or the silver with textures. You can get a copper bottom. You can get a stainless steel with texture, or you can get anodized red with textures. So you either get the plain or you get the textures, or copper, right? So obviously you see the stainless steel texture adds $245. That's going to be your most expensive option. But if you just do like the regular case, right, adds $49. These weight bars, so these are like the internals. So you can get silver, aluminum, stainless steel, or copper. Copper being the most expensive. It's interesting it says no need. Oh, so you don't have to get that? Oh, you don't have to add this weight bar. I would say personally to get it, but if you really wanted to do like bare bones, let's see. You have to get a plate. Is this right? There's no way. Starting price being $59? That doesn't seem right. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, yeah, no, it's not. Anyways, but yeah, so it looks like you don't have to get the weight bars if you don't want. I would recommend adding it just because any kind of like negative space in it will create weird stuff happening, but I guess you don't need them. Anyways, so PCB, you have 4 options. So you have wired hot swap, wired solder, dual mode, so wireless, or you can get wired HE. And then if you want to get ISO, make sure to swap, to tap this based on like the plate. 4 plate options, you have alu, FR4, PC carbon fiber, don't have to get the foam kit, carry case is default, and then you can add the wrist rest. And then here's all the extras. So there's a lot basically about the design of the tofu, the case design, integrated force brake. So we didn't use any of these, but I didn't feel the need to. Here's all the specs in case you wanted to know. QC standard. Oh, so here it actually tells you more about the prototype revisions, which I have open, and also about the HE. Here it shows you like the mounting styles. So PCB gasket, top mount, so 2 of them. Your exploded view. And then here are, go to your live configurator. Okay, so let's actually go through this. English. Okay. Tofu keyboard simulator. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do tofu TKL. Oh, that's cool. So we are doing win keyless anodized black. We're doing the anodized black with texture. Weight, we did copper. PCB, we did hot swap. Plate, oh, no need. Okay, we'll just do carbon fiber. Foam kit, we did hot swap. Wrist rest, silver. Battery, no need. So starting price is 244. Okay, and then look, it gives you like the different angles so you can see what it looks like. So let's say we do like quote unquote cheapest configuration. What was cheaper? I'm guessing solder. Yeah, wire solder. Hey, I mean, we're still here, so. It looks like this is not working, right? Like the prices don't really match up here. Okay, maybe we need to start over. Let's start over. Okay, yeah. This configurator is not working with the prices. Okay, so it looks like we'll just manually add it together. Okay, so if we do all of that. Okay, so starting price 158. Okay, so that's what we wanted. The configurator was being a little janky, but yeah, looks like after everything, starting price is that much? Maybe they have some kind of like price list. Configurator is a little buggy, but that's okay. Oh, so here you can see all the colors. That's neat. Here's all the bottom cases. Here's the weight bars. Here's the wood accents. Here are the wrist rest. Here are all the PCB configurations. Here's all the layouts. And they have the layout for the HE module too. Looks like you're pretty set, but then with the hot swap or solder, you have more options. Here's all the specs. Here's just pictures so you guys can see it. And then here's, so can I use the KBD 8XMK2? So you can use the Venom, but you'll need your own daughter board. Here they talk about the latency, half plates. Okay. Okay. So it'll be public domain for the files.
And then look, here's like all the colors that you can get for custom. So that's the other interesting thing is, so you just have the regular, but then if you look at the custom edition, look at how many other colors you get. Navy blue, deep purple, champagne, marigold pink. So you can get all these other different colors, right? Bottom cases, also to match all your top cases. Weight bar is the same. PCBs are the same. So everything is the same minus the top and bottom cases. You can get like so much more, right? And here you can see all of them. Stonewash looks pretty cool. So these are the same colors we saw with the KBD MK3. But look. I'm guessing these custom colors are going to be more expensive. Do they take longer? It doesn't really say. Oh. Okay. Okay, wow. There's a lot you can do, I guess. But yeah, if you're going to order this, just like slowly go through this. Make sure you're buying what you're trying to get, exactly what you're trying to get, because you do have a lot of options. There is one thing I wanted to click just so we knew. Let's see. Okay, so this is what I was talking about in terms of what they're making in revision to the prototype. So the case feet, they are making it thicker, right? The force brake, they're also making it bigger, but you know, here's the sticker they were talking about. With the alignment, right? So here's what I was talking about, how they're gonna be like cutting off a corner. Plate revision, right? With a new PC top case, right? So they're adjusting that. And then silicone plate gaskets added. They've added removable silicone gaskets at the mounting point, right? So you can see there's like a picture of this showing you how it works. You can remove the silicone gaskets from the plate if you want. You can leave them, but they'll rest against the top case. So basically, you could read all of this to see like the changes they're making to the prototype, right? For top mount, you don't really need to worry too much about like the alignment just because it's on the top, but this is mostly for like the silicone gaskets. I'd say the biggest thing that they need to fix is like how they align the feet. I don't know if making it thicker will make it easier to install, but they're saying that it will, so let's just hope that it will. But yeah, so that's like the product page that we just went through. So lastly, I know it's been a long stream, 5 hours, but here are my thoughts. So, I think based on the configuration you want, it does get a little pricey. But if you go bare bones, I think it said like starting price was like around like under $200, right? And I honestly think that's fine. It's sub $200, assuming I did the configuration right. I mean, be it you lose a lot of like the internal stuff, right? And you have to do plateless, but you can't really do that for, you know, say you're only buying it for like the HE. But if you already have like the HE stuff, then that's like not an issue. I'd say overall, it's not a bad board, right? There's nothing um like oh my god, like they need to fix that, at least from what I noticed. But I will say there's nothing like, whoa, that's cool about this board either, right? I think much in like the tofu manner, it's like, yeah, that's a tofu, right? Um, would I say it's competitive with like other things on the market? I'd say
it it depends, right, on what you're looking for. If you're looking for something like nice and simple, this does it, right? But if you're looking for something, that's like HE compatible, which is what we talked about earlier, right? This also does it, right? So this is like a multi-purpose board. It might not fit your needs, but it might fit someone else's needs. Was there anything like, oh my God, that's bad? No, I didn't notice anything. But was there also anything where I'm like, oh wow, that's cool? No, not really. But maybe for like the back weight, but that's more money. In terms of like um for the force break, I didn't have to use any of it, but that could just be like my configuration. Maybe other people had other issues, but I said this earlier, but I could see one of the main selling points for this being like compatible with like the Venom, or like they also have their own HE modules. Whether the program is good, it depends. I don't know much about that. Um, I don't um, the alu plate and prototypes had some issues. See, I didn't run into issues with mine. Um, so maybe it's just like based on like what top piece and what bottom case you get. It's hard to say, right? They're already making changes, so that's good to incorporate for that. But my build overall was pretty straightforward, nothing too crazy. No shorting happening or anything like that. I'd say the biggest thing that was my complaint was just the feet, but I don't use feet in the first place, so mostly just trying to think about like for those that do. Um, yeah, I mean, there was nothing. Can you compare it to a KBD8? I would pick this over that. Um, I think this one is actually more well polished. I actually wasn't too impressed with the KBD 8XM3. I like the colors they offered, but with the Tofu TKL, they're also giving you custom colors that you can offer. But I felt like overall that board was like weaker when it came to both like how it sounded. But it depends. So let me pull up the KBD. KBD MK3. Yeah, so like it was the KBD 8X MK3. So in comparison, right? KBD 8X MK3 design wise, right? You do have this LED strip. You do have this like accent way that you can get. What was this mounting again? Topper silicon, so same thing, right? Oh, right. You could only get the 1.2. Yeah. Oh, look, that's me, you guys. Is there 1.6? Solder PCB only, right? Or did they add it later? Oh, but not a 1.6, right? Hot swap. The colors are really nice, but you can get similar colors, right, in the Tofu. Also, the plate mounting is a little different because the silicone gaskets for the Tofu is singular, whereas these are more like socks, right? Tofu's releasing the file for it, so you can. This one uses a weight bar, whereas like the Tofu doesn't have it at all. Oh, okay, wait. Oh, yeah, 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 no. Yeah, I don't remember.
if it was forcing me to use, because I got the hot swap, but I think it was 1.2 and I didn't like the sound, but it's like sound, right? But I thought overall it just wasn't, in comparison, I would pick the Tofu TKL over this. Unless this had like a certain color I wanted, but looking at all the colors that they offer here compared to like all the custom ones here, right? So let's see. Come on, can you do it? And then this one. You have more color options here than here, right? Oh yeah, see. It's only 1.2. That's probably why I felt like it wasn't as strong, right? But I mean, the design is different, right? So this one is both top mount and silicone, but the silicone gasket's different. This one, you had tabs on the plate, and then you slided the gaskets on the two sides. Whereas the Tofu TKL with the silicone gaskets, it's a singular gasket point that they've made cuts on, right? The leaves, the leaf spring cut or the leaf cut. Um, there's also the LED strip, right? Oh, did this have mounting on the spacebar? This has mounting close to the spacebar, not like in the middle of it, but close, yeah. Whereas, yeah, the Tofu TKL, it's pretty far away from it. But I mean, the nature of choosing to do like the tabs like this versus like this, right? Because if you were to put the tabs, like, yeah, it would be close to it. The mounting points are different, and see, you could see like the singular, right? So while it says that it's the same, the mounting points are different, and the silicone gaskets are also slightly different. Mm. Also, this one doesn't have an internal weight like the Tofu TKL does. Tofu TKL, you can get the internal weights or you don't have to. But the KBD, the like weight or the weight that you can pick is on the back, external, so it doesn't really contribute. Alex's build was study for the Tofu TKL. What do you remember what configuration he got? On the Tofu? What case did he get? I wonder if it's like difference between the cases. What top and bottom case did he get? Did he get PC by chance? As I didn't run into the issues he did. I mean, for those who watched my stream, I didn't think anything sounded like terrible or thuddy, however you say it. Oh, snooze for 5 minutes. I can look it up. Let me see. What did Alex get? I was like blinking. However, a lot of the changes that they're making to the prototype, they got based off feedback from Alex's. So let's see. He got eh? Why is he working on a 40s? Is this the wrong stream? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay, looks like he got... It looks like he got the textured... Let's see. He got the stainless steel texture, but it looks like his weights were aluminum. Yeah. And his top case was the which one is this one? Looks like he got mocha. Okay, so his configuration, his case was different from mine. So he got the stainless steel, right? I got the anodized black with texture, whereas he got stainless steel with texture. And then his internal looks like the aluminum, but then my internals was copper, right? I think it just looks like it was stainless steel. It was raw alu. Oh, is it the raw alu? The bottom one? Let me see. Does he flip it over? Does he flip it over? Oh, he does flip it over. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, he has the raw alu. It could be. See, that's like the hard thing is whenever you have different bottom cases and different, right, finishes or materials. I wonder if it had to do with his bottom case, right? Because mine is the anodized, right? Anodized with texture, whereas his is raw. So I wonder if that's what caused it. Do we know anyone else who has built it that might have had issues too? Dang, I didn't realize he had like so many issues. You're the second person I know. Yeah, I didn't really run into any problems. It could just be the tolerances with like how they finished each of them. Did they talk about how they finished it? Let me see. The Ross finished transparent anode, but did they go into like how they finished it? Good morning. No, they don't talk about it. Yeah, I don't know. My configuration, I did not run into as many issues as he did. I mean, that's a good thing. That's why it's good to send out different variations of the board, especially when you're working with like different materials, different finishes. So you can see like how the tolerances are. But with my builds, thankfully didn't run into any issues. I did notice the plate shifting a little bit, but it's like they said that they were already going to address that issue. And then also the feet. So yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing they sent different boards. I'm curious like who else has built it. I think Captain Sterling has built it. Did anyone watch Captain Sterling's? Let me see. I think he built it. I like vaguely remember.
Is this Twitch the Captain Sterling or just Captain Sterling? Let's see. It might be the Captain Sterling. He had a build stream. Yeah, he had a build stream 18 hours ago. But I didn't watch it, so I don't know if he like had any issues, like same with Alex. Looks like he has uh wait, I heard was watching. I heard you still here awake. I know it's really late, so did Sterling have any issues with his? I didn't watch the stream, so I personally didn't run into any issues, but he had resonant. Oh damn. He got rid of it for Spiggy. Does he also have the raw bottom? No, he doesn't look like he has the raw bottom. Thanks for the follow. What build do you have? I have the Anno black top, Anno textured bottom, copper internal weights. Oh, I didn't have that issue. With the alu plate or PC plate? Oh. Oh. I didn't have those issues. I did all the plates, but well, I also didn't press on these. Oh. I feel like my build was pretty smooth. I didn't notice any weird tolerance issues. Okay, I'll go back and check, but overall my build was pretty smooth. I also didn't notice any like weird sound stuff. But we'll see. Okay, but anyways, I'm gonna end my YouTube stream. Good luck, YouTube. Thanks for watching, YouTube. um, but yeah, thank you, KBD, for sending this out to me. I'll do more testing, but I wonder if it's... I don't know. I didn't notice any like glaringly bad issues, but now I'm like, maybe I should go back and see. I did notice it did shift, but I just like shifted it back into place, and they had already mentioned they were gonna fix it, right? So